This stream without spoilers. For example, the character named Betrayer is a cool, nice, trustworthy guy. That's the spoiler. Do you trust him? I trust him. I trust him a lot. No is winning? There's someone not trustworthy in chat. There's someone evil in chat. Someone doesn't trust him. I don't understand. I don't understand why. This is just bullying. This is just bullying. Honestly, it's just bullying. Gotta love a gamer flying mage with stats in the 20s who has an easy plus 15 power as mid. Who? Who's mid? Wait, who? Kalugo? Oh, Kalugo. Well, okay, first off, I don't think it's a fairly easy plus 15. I think this is an obnoxious condition to get. Time for Haggadire to show off. That guy or the eyeball? The eyeball is not mid. I mean, it's a custom unit, right? But the eyeball's been super useful. Chat, you've been really useful. This condition is very annoying. Is it? This is just, kill bosses, right? Kill bosses and escape? I think that's pretty easy. Oh, you mean Kalugo's condition. You mean Kalugo's condition is annoying. Yes, I agree with that. No, Kalugo. Yeah, it took me a second to realize. It didn't click at first. Chief, it's an honor to be personally fighting with you for the first time. I allow you to show why I'm more than worthy of leading your Indus troops. I'm pretty much the best. Yeah, you know, there are some chatters who would agree with that. I personally am not one of them. But this is Soldier, or sorry, this is Guard. Very different. Soldier and Guard, very different characters. Soldier's from Burger King, Guard is from CC. This is Guard. Guard is the Goto of Ellerie route. And unlike Maurice, I think she really, like, fits the Goto role. You'll notice her stats are really good. 30 strength, 30 skill, 30 speed. And 30 crit, you know, plus 30 crit, might as well. This is like whatever, because I'll be honest, 30 speed and 30 strength, if you're using a good weapon, you're killing stuff anyway, which is why 30 crit, you just crit overkill usually. I guess it can stop you from getting counterattacked sometimes, which is cool, but for the most part, it's just like kill stuff, right? Kill stuff the unit. Very high growths too, the funny 150 and everything. And while Guard's bulk looks a little bit unimpressive, 10 defense, 5 resistance, 60 HP means she's actually bulkier than she appears, and she has the miracle skill, which means the way that it works in this is it's not chance-based, it's guaranteed. If your HP is higher than 1, you don't die. So, like, you know, that's they're not the bulkiest unit out there, but they're bulkier than these defensive stats would make you to believe. She's, you know, she can take a few hits. Also worth noting, 10 move. This is more than your cavalry gets, right? So Guard has a lot of movement, has good combat stats, has a good combat skill, and also a crit bonus and a leadership star just for funsies. Fine, right? Like, I think Guard is fine. I think Guard, much like Maurice, finds a spot on the team, especially if you're using Quilin or Betrayer, who both leave, right? I've seen some people say Guard is like top 10 units or something ridiculous. She's around for 3 maps. She's around for 3 maps and she's purely a combat unit. And like, you know, she's a combat unit with 10 move. 10 move is nice, but at the end of the day, she is still purely a combat unit. Even if Guard was around for all of Act 3, I don't think I would be super high on her. Just because all she's really got going for her is combat stats. And if what you want is someone who can kill stuff, Sorbet will kill stuff. Like, Sorbet unleashes and just kills stuff, right? 6 move instead of 10, so there's a difference there, but I don't know. I'm not super sold on Guard as a unit. Very funny meme, right? The funny meme, Super Soldier, the world is not ready. And I know a lot of people are like big fans of soldiers, right? So Soldier Goto! And the growths are very funny. But as far as like being strong, everyone else in the cast has some sort of gimmick to them. And Guard's gimmick is just like stats the unit. Even Igo, who was previously stats the unit, right? Has a gimmick. She's fine, but I like everyone else in the cast to use her. I think Guard finds a slot on a lot of teams just because of the structure of the game, right? But I think it's weird to say filler about a unit who's going to one-round everything she fights against, but that does kind of feel filler if that's all you're doing, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm the crazy person, but like, the CC cast is incredible. Guard also doesn't naturally have any extra turns, so does need to take the Seahawk flag for that, which is not the end of the world, but existing in the no dancer route, that does make it unfortunate. She's just kind of filler. I don't think it's weird. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who says that, because in previous streams, there was some Guard hyping of like, oh, the only Act 3 unit who's any good is Guard, and I'm like, I don't know, I prefer like Sorbet, I prefer Dazzle Dart, I prefer Blind Bird. Like, Guard is the Goto, but I'd kind of rather one of these guys. Ellerie can refresh. Yes, but Ellerie refresh is a lot more awkward for a unit that doesn't have Kanto, because you do need to set up the position, right? So, I think Ellerie's refresh is much more useful for refreshing people who have Goto, or who have Kanto, because they can align themselves in such a way that Ellerie can refresh for them, whereas Guard does need to be, like, Guard could do this, right, and be in the spot for it, but then, like, oh, weapon triangle, right? So Guard does need to actually end turn in a spot for Ellerie refresh, which is a bit more of an ask when you have a lot of Kanto units at this point. I mean, we don't because of Zero Growth's moment, but yeah. But that is true, you can refresh with Guard, and Seahawk Flag, like I said, is an option. Like, I've got Seahawks on other people, but Guard does have S-rank lances, and like, has the stats for Seahawk. I don't think Guard one rounds with Seahawk, but Guard can take down a weakened enemy with Seahawk pretty easily. 30-30, like 30-30 is impressive. But you know what else is impressive? It can be the S-rank Lance bot if you have nobody else for it. True. That's why we sent the S-rank bot Lance back. Because I had it on Dune, and we sent it back for guard. For the last choice in the game, is one considered more canon than the other? I don't know. I don't think so, though. Because the CC2 is not going to be following Ellerie or Oriana's story. Hammer! Thunder! Fire! I had base time one-shot the totems here, even in misery mode. Epic time moment. Epic time gaming. Which one are we gonna be doing? I'm planning on doing every endgame. So we'll do Betrayer endgame. We will do Oriana endgame, Ellerie endgame. We're gonna do Orin endgame, which is I think Orin endgame is the first one. I've got Ellerie gives up before the workshop ending. Yeah, we got that one. It's not technically an endgame, though. I was wondering if you actually play Betrayer endgame. I've always seen YouTubers just warp skip it. I did actually play it on my first playthrough. It's a very warp skippable map. I believe what we do next is this. I'm glad our good friend the Betrayer has his own endgame. It'll go well for him. I love Betrayer. He is the most trustworthy and I love him. Bum. Bum, 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 brum, bum. Anyway, we don't need time. Orin just won rounds with the Brave Axe. Alright, so this interaction is actually weird. Initially I used Envision on Big Bird to try to give him more crit. But it doesn't actually work. I guess the bolting, the skill, right? It must like overwrite it in some way. Because it should be a guaranteed crit now. Plus 50 and 75, but it's 63. So I think I just have to keep rolling for that, unfortunately. Envision when you don't have eyes is hard. Weird skill interactions. Yeah, there's so much going on under the hood in this that it's unreasonable, I think, to be mad whenever there's a weird interaction. But I wanted to point it out because I planned this, right? So I wanted to point it out for anyone who might have like similar plans. We are still gonna use Envision on Bird. It's it basically serves as just a free staff force. It says sets it to 75, not adds to 75. It doesn't say either, actually. It says can't miss 75 crit. So it doesn't say set or add. I assumed it meant the weapon has 75 crit. But it could be just I'm interpreting it different than it's meant to be, maybe. Envision Staff completely invalidates Talon when you get it? No, I don't think so. You only have 10 uses of Envision. And besides, Talon can self-heal with it. I wouldn't say it invalidates him. It lets others use his gimmick if you want them to. But the nice thing about Talon is he's self-sufficient. He doesn't need a staffer to do it for him, right? Revean and his tricks at it again. Like I said, there's so much going on under the hood. I think it's unreasonable to be mad whenever there's a weird interaction between two skills that don't even exist in vanilla. Cynthia Betrayer. 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 $45 damage against a Lance Crusher, by the way. Yeah, you know, just, you know, simple, just simple, you know? By Billhook? I guess we could have envisioned chat. Average Orin moment. What's Line Crusher, by the way? Is Line Crusher a defense booster? Please let us see we have no envision. I'll envision Dazzle Dart. Line Crushers are the elites with 3 shield projectors. Yeah, you know, just a casual Moida. Lindros will just melt them and move on with his life. Yeah, but Lindros, is Omega benched in 0 growth, smiley face. So silence you. Bling! And rescue you. Mind Crush. Okay. Unyielding Spirit you. And Betrayer actions. Side note, I'm using Riker in Misery Mode in Part 3. He works strangely fine because of the Gold Lance. Yeah, I mean, I imagine the guy who doesn't care about enemy speed tiers gets better in the mode where enemy speed tiers are harder to beat. Because the thing about Riker, right, is it's not that difficult to just double enemies, right? And yeah, he has bravery and stuff, but... Oh no, a crit! Not even getting doubled, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen the silence interaction with level ups, vanilla. Do you mean how it turns off the music for leveling up as well? I think that's vanilla. All right, guard gaming. I forgot that Dazzle Dart has bulk. Yeah, Dazzle Dart is surprisingly bulky. It's what, 25 defense or something stupid? $25, yeah. Right on the money. Oh, right, you're the anti-spell guy. So Sal surprise you. Very good mixed bulk, just low HP. For sure, for sure. And we have Airborne now. Alright, I haven't really thought out this far yet. Okay, Ellerie can harpoon here. Divine You. AS of 14, 17. So Hasten would get the double. Do we have Hasten on someone, or does Ellerie need to grab it? Hasten. Quilin. And then... oh god, chat, no! Falling off. Okay, we do this to you. Curved sword. You. Thank you, Betrayer. Everyone say thank you to Betrayer. Chat has fallen off. Can't even break the box. Okay, Hagendire can shove chat. Ellerie's gonna harpoon the bishop. With harpoon, Ellerie has 30 plus... what's harpoon's might? Does anyone know offhand? Ten might. Okay. So kill the Bolganone guy. So Ellerie has 40 attack with the harpoon. Versus 48 effective bulk. AS of 10, AS of 15. So doesn't double. Inspiration adds 3. It was 43, but we still would need 5 more to make up for it. Igo goes here. Yeah, so Igo can do this. Ley line. We could ley line. I kind of wanted to spend the ley line next turn with Wisp to heal her up. I'm thinking Igo does chip because he just needs to get into position anyway. He's moving into Ellerie refresh position anyway. Now you shove, or Hagendire, you shove. So we kill you. Kanto to here. You get the box, chat. Why aren't we doubling? We got hastened, didn't we? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Okay, I didn't realize she was still 1 shy, or 2 shy. I forgot hasten was only 5 AS. That could be a problem. Let's see if we can solve it. Do we have Brave Sword in here? Yes. Harpoon you. What do you think about Ornn as a unit? I might rate him more higher than most. I think Ornn's pretty good as a unit. Okay, so we can Brave Sword you. You have the axe. You have the bow. So we Brave Sword you. I think he's solid. I think, you know, he's a little bit of a late joiner. 16. It's nice that he has an extra action ability. It's not the most relevant extra action ability, but it's nice that he has it. Okay, just crit. Yes, Big Bird! Got Your Back feels too good to pass up on. Really? I feel like it's one of the weakest extra action abilities. Maybe within like an LTC context or something. Chat's getting shoved around today. Okay, Umbral Axe is 30 attack versus 25 defense. Equip a sword for defense and go here, because now we have triangle. What's your rescue range? Rescue Betrayer up. Go here and wave. Movement is good up to a certain point, which is why I'm kind of on Dune. So wait, are you saying Dune is worse than Orin in your thoughts? Because Dune just has the better movement skill. I think Orin has better combat, but I think Dune's combat is good enough, as we've kind of demonstrated in this run. I wouldn't say Dune is worse than Orin. Ah, okay, maybe I misunderstood. Orin's speed doesn't matter because of the Brave Axe, the log, and he has 12 move with his skill. He has 12 move if you can take advantage of the rescue dropping. Which is, I mean, it's a decent if. $18 plus 28. 18 plus 28 is 30. Yeah, okay, so chat, set him up. Wisp, knock him down. Orin should pick someone up. Orin picks up nearly anyone. Yes, but you need to have someone in position for him to pick up that is, like, convenient, right? You don't want to just... If you're picking someone up purely to give Orin an extra action, you're not actually increasing your action economy. So that'll surprise you. So we get hit for 15 and kill this person? On Swift Wings, you... Ellerie Seahawk flag. Orin needs a shove. Holy shit, 100 hit! Actual 100 hit! With no assistance! He did it! Y'all, he did it! He did it! Rescue you. Time to give him 10 Eagle Roasted my run. Javelin you. Trade. Seahawk flag you. Umbral Axe, crit? No crit. Sag. Claw you. Set up a field for y'all. Wave. So then we have a perfect Quilin quadrangle. Okay, what do we want? Harpoon, Dicer of Dan, Silence Staff, probably? We only have one Silence left. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Alright, Hagendire, Levin Sword this guy, Bazappers. Bazappers. Impending Doom you. So Spellbane you. Is Dire a shade of white? No. How do I install Fire Emblem on a PC? That is not a question I can answer for you, I'm sorry. No to both questions. Fair. Valid. Nintendo knows everything. Okay, kill the civilian. Shukonu Yu. Good job, Dazzle Dart. Are emulators legal? Emulators exist in a gray area. We got that box. We visited down here. Rondel Dagger. Don't want to fight the dagger guy. 31, 30. So now we Feign you. There are no lawsuits that made emulators fully legal yet. Yeah, that's why I say it's sort of like a weird gray area, right? What is it? Fire boosts defense, right? For Bibliophile? Yeah, 8 defense and res. Skull Smash, Fortune Cookie, Barrier Lance, Great Bow, Bolganone, Obliterate, Levin Sword, Log Splitter. We don't really care about Log Splitter anymore. Remind me, what is Obliterate? That's not Mind Crush, so that's not what we want. I don't know. None of these seem very good. I'll get another Levin Sword. None of that seems super worthwhile to me, to be honest. "100% targeting defense. 100% crit targeting defense. Got it. So you've got 20 defense, plus 8 for the fire, so 28 versus 23. So you take... Oh, wait, you pierce defense, don't you? Because it's a dagger. Fuck, I'm stupid! You still survive, so it's fine, because you have fat HP. Because he'll take 46 from the Rondel Dagger guy. And then he'll just recover, like, a good amount of that anyway, to start out. And then Hagendire doing Hagendire thing. "You're that lackey of Maurice's, who failed to help me in my time of need." Failed to help you? I snuck those documents to you, which were more than enough to deny Ellerie's accusations. You placed them in a stack of my decorative documents. How was I supposed to know that thing was decoration? As I see it, you deserve the exile, being that useless. You, Maurice Ellerie, I was just a pawn in your power games. Even if I had not been exiled, I would have been sacrificed. If you're so aware, then why bemoan your predicament? I was doing you a favor. On the other hand, I do have a bow, and you are on a Pegasus. If your accuracy is about as good as your intellect, then I need not be worried. Hagendire has funny boss combos, too. That's the other good thing about Provoke, is it forces you to get all the good boss combos. Smiley face. Decorative documents. Yup. So we curve sword you. Ruh-roh, Haggy. So heavy ballista you. Wind sword, please hit. Nope. Oh right, we don't have crit ability now. So we will just crushing bite you. Waste of time. I need to find Ellerie. No, you need to find death. I don't know if I should blame the game for this, but my habit of naming characters and hacks stuff like Clover 7, Trix, Valentine, Joy, instead of actual names. I mean, I do think that's a fun naming convention, right? Alright, we shall surprise you. Seahawk flag you. Heal up Big Bird to full. 7 from the hit video game Xenoblade Chronicles for the Nintendo Wii. Only on Game Boy Advance. So Sal surprise you. Orin Force. $27. So Wisp lives. Okay, so Hagendire. Visit this! So much stuff to loot, not enough time. Arcane Bow we want, I think. Oh wait, no, I was thinking of Spellbane! Nah, it's good for Hagendire, I guess. Arcango's a pretty good weapon either way. Yeah, I probably would have gone with, like, Shield Axe or Physic over Arcane Bow, but it's not like it's a bad item, right? It's just not what I intended to get. So yeah, we kill you. Can you make it so a certain character causes enemy reinforcements? What do you mean? Like in eventing? Hacking is wild. Yeah, they, Hagen White has that with Glaucus in the arena, where if he goes near the arena, reinforcements show up. I'm just making a Falcon Knight who commits tax fraud. Chat, you're helping! God damn it. What's this guy's defense? 39. Attack 30. Alright. Who has my Invigorate? Seahawk flag. Do you have the Envision? You have Envision, okay. Envision, Dazzle Dart. Sal Surprise. Then Spirit Slayer you. Wisp just casually standing in the void. Rescue Betrayer. Heavy Ballista. You sure? Chukonuyu. Oh, we missed the last one. Drat. Okay, hold on. Hagendire. Heavy Ballista. $31 versus 12. Okay, so Hagendire's fine. So we can kill you. Dicer of Dan. Wisp battle combo with Ellerie's. Wisp has an epic battle combo with Ellerie's uncle, the boss. Little bit overkill. But we've basically beaten this at this point. The exit zone is like over here-ish, if I remember correctly. I am Lord Dagon the 19th of House Heron. I have overcome lords, heroes, knights, and rebels alike. This battle should be nothing but a footnote in my chronicle. Alright, and then we unleash. And Crushing Bite. Does Ellerie allow freaks into her army? How fitting. Freak? Can the esteemed head of a noble family can be so vulgar? My name, if you wish to. I care not for what your words are, monster. Your purpose is to be cleaved in half. I mean to apologize for killing you. I meant to apologize for killing you for my selfish ends. But instead, I'll eat the brains from your skull while it's warm. Just a little casual sorbet. So now we just need to escape. which I think is over on the top right, right? Yeah, here comes the Seahawk. So you go here. And I think we just need to move people. Like, we're basically dunzos. Dazzle Dart can kill, or yeah, Dazzle Dart can kill both of these guys. Telescopo. Gotta make sure our friend the Betrayer escapes. He's so loyal that he actually donates all of his belongings at the end of every map. That's true loyalty. He wants to ensure that we know that he considers us to be such good friends that he does those donations. Would you say overall being mounted is good despite the stat penalty? I think for the most part, yes, but I think this is the game where mounted and unmounted units feel the most balanced with each other. I think the mounted units with strong gimmicks like Dune and whatnot tend to feel the best. Like Ellerie, right, has a really strong gimmick and she's mounted. Wisp isn't really mounted, but feels like it. And she has infantry stats, right? Just joined into Betrayer Truthing. I love it. He's such a bestie. Oh, right. Okay, so we're gonna get Orin ending now. So I'm gonna make a save state. Because we need to get Orin ending. Which means we have to kill Ellerie. The coolest map? I'm a hater of this map. I think it is supremely unfun. It's, you know, this meeting could have been an email. This map should have been a cutscene, right? The best way to balance a mounted unit is to make the only horse unit an S with Canto Plus. But we have Orin endgame now. So Orin Endgame is about what if Ellerie dies to the Pluckers? So Orin is injured and needs assistance. And one of the really cool things about this map is there's a so first off, staffs are disabled, so sorry. Oh, you're forced! Nerys is forced! Oh, God. Okay. We have something for the... We at least have something for the fucking S ranks now. Okay, pick units. Wagon Orin can't do shit. Certain units are not allowed here. Hagendire's still fine. Sorbet's still fine. Nerisa's not allowed to do her gimmick. Rahesia is probably going to be good, right? Because there's no elites on this map. So, Rahesia gets to come out one final time. There's no canon ending. Yeah, there's no canon ending, but there are endings that are less canon, right? I think the Betrayer ending and the Orin ending are less canon than the Ellerie ending and the Oriana ending. But one of the cool things about this map is we just got attacked by an assassin, so he's right here. Good morning, my queen. Good morning, CSR Bear 6. How are you doing? Alright, Unbroken Cycle, let's go. Orin endgame. Will you be doing Betrayer ending as well? Yes, I will also do the Betrayer ending. So Dune is not available. Time is not available. Time picked the other side. But we do get Unari. And we get the fucking wine. And we need to escape with Orin. I didn't really set up Unari's inventory for this map at the end of the last Ori map, unfortunately. Bye-bye to Halon, Dune, Time, and the Bard. Zio? Yeah, Zio's not here either. Evadne is, though, which is kind of interesting. I do like the Lambo guy can cross over water on this map. Oh! Pomelo can cross water? I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. nuances. Alright, chat, I think you're gonna be a sacrifice, if I'm being perfectly honest. What? You have 20 defense as a villager? God damn, okay. Okay, we can use Tanquen. It was nice to be alive while it lasted. Ori's not here either, so there's no dancer yet. No Ori, no Ellerie. This is one of the few maps where you have zero ability to refresh other characters. No Halicent either. The only refresh skills are the ones that people naturally have. Alright, Umbral with guard. Perfect. Orin became the wagon. Hit rate against this guy. Okay, we crushing bite the assassin. I do love my favorite playable unit, generic Frostfire. It's funny that 2 Frostfires show up, but only one of them is actually, like, playable. Where's Betrayer during all of this? Surely he wouldn't just betray everyone. Betrayer is holding down the fort as our trustworthy buddy boy. Lance Breaker? Is that Lance Breaker? Good job, John. I like how Wisp is here, even though Ellerie is already dead. Does anyone know the lore implications of that? John is good against 33% of the enemies here. I mean, that seems pretty good to me. Oh no, Crystal Lance! They fucking knew about the Lance Breaker! They played around it! Crystal weapons can't miss! Oh, John might be fucking dead. Oh? Dodge? Okay. Dodge. Okay. Dodge twice. Dodge twice. Okay. And now we get adrenaline because it's so peak. Oh, the rapid injector doesn't work either. Okay, we'll cherish you. She's locked in. Good unit moment. My favorite. Okay, we get rid of the cutlass guy. Can the generic Frostfire use brave weapons? What are its ranks? B for brave? A for brave. Every time you mentioned Orin endgame, I thought you were talking about Tower's endgame. No, that's different. This is Orin endgame. Because Orin's the lord of this endgame, right? What do you call this? What do you call this, if not Orin endgame? Wait, is that the Crynius skill? Okay, John has locked the fuck in. I never saw enough of the Plucker ending. I didn't think that had an entire map behind it. Ah, no, yeah, they do, they do. There is, in fact, an entire endgame behind it. Wait. Why am I allowed to attack at one range with the silver bow? +1 minimum range. So, I think that skill is supposed to be -1 minimum range. Because it says +1 minimum range, and I was confused. I was like, that doesn't seem to do anything because I can still use all of my bows at 2 range, right? But I think it's supposed to be -1 minimum range. Oops. Shoved the wrong person. +1 minimum range would make all the bows 3 range at minimum. Yeah, so I think that's just like they're using the wrong language. I think what it means is like bows have 1 less minimum range, right? So you can use bows from 1 range. It's like close counter, but not limited to countering. It's just supposed to be like point blank plus. Yeah. $32. Pass and counter magic? Is that counter magic or counter? Counter magic, okay. So kill the crystal axe guy. Elixir? What's Orin's max HP at right now? 37, okay. Okay. They coming up. Curve Sword Gaming. I want to use this map to talk about alternative timelines in FE, because I'll take any excuse I can to dunk on Fel Xenolog. Hell yeah, let's dunk on Fel Xenolog. What's your current Fel Xenolog dunking thing? I will also dunk on Fel Xenolog whenever I can, because it's garbage in every possible way. Gameplay, story, everything. I don't like it. FX bad. I feel about FX the way that most people seem to feel about Engage, because I actually liked Engage. The story I think was weak, but I also think Fire Emblem generally has weak stories, and I don't think it was weaker than the average FE. Swordbreaker. Nell is pretty. You see, I don't really care about Nell as a character, so I don't really... I know a lot of people were like, oh my god, Nell, but I didn't really care. Fel Xenolog showed most units as evil versions of themselves, which got dumber and dumber over time. The thing that really pissed me off was the Tamara retainers, who, those were my favorite characters in Engage, the Tamara squad, right? And their Fel Xenolog evil version was just... it felt like a fucking joke. Panette hates graveyards, but regular Panette loves graveyards. How could there be a version of Panette that hates graveyards? Like, it was like that. And I just hate that. I hate that for it. Marin is straight? It wasn't even that, it was Marin hates animals. And Tamara hates singing and she's a vegetarian. The evil version of Tamara is a fucking vegetarian. The evil modes got more creative. It peaked at Fierene and went downhill. I think there was something interesting in like the first two, right? Where in Fierene and Brodia, they were not necessarily exact opposites. Like, it wasn't the mirror dimension. It was like in a different timeline, they could have ended up as this, right? Fried in our bloodline. Spellbane you. Soldier, can you kill Talon? Show him how a real crit man goes. Dark Tamara is just like, what are we doing? Yeah, like Dark Alfred and Dark, what's Alfred's sister's name? Celine? Dark Alfred and Dark Celine felt like in more dire times, like they lived through a darker timeline. That version of them, it makes sense, would be darker, right? Stalk Prey you. Is that just counter magic again? John has been throwing rolls so much. Okay, we'll have Wisp take out the mage squad. And chat, you are worthy sacrifice. I hope you enjoy that. Yay, we a sacrifice. I vaguely remember Dark Hortensia being interesting, and Dark Fagato is just like nihilistic hedonist. Yeah, Dark Fagato just becomes evil for for evil's sake. My least favorite type of villain is the like, I'm evil because it's fucking funny, and I like being evil. Villains that call themselves evil are the lamest. And that's what Fagato was. He just was the Joker. He goes insane. Yeah, I mean, like, if they sort of explored the idea that, like, because of because those two kingdoms, Illusia and, by chat, Illusia and, oh fuck, what's the Desert Kingdom? Oh, bye Dazzledart. I guess the Master Assassin should have stayed hidden. What am I doing? The facade of being a humble merchant has long faded. Evil Ivy is also awful. I also think that, making it, I get that there was supposed to be, like, a shocking twist that everyone's been dead the whole time. But it removes all the stakes from the story. Because if everyone in the world is already dead, then it doesn't fucking matter. Like, what are they fighting for? A dead kingdom. Time just rushed to her death. The good ending! Basil of Baker Street survives! Evil Ivy is just what the fandom thought Ivy was gonna be. Didn't the fandom realize? Ivy's the Minerva archetype. We just need to get Orin to the gates. All the other casualties don't matter. So we want to blitz this. Is Nerissa a game over, though? Four Winds could have been cool, but they were just the Four Hounds inverted. There's also no explanation as for why the Four Winds are good. I think it's peak comedy, perhaps in an unintentional way, that Mavier is the only good one and he's completely unchanged. It definitely wasn't intentional, but it's very funny. He's also the only one who just has his same name. They didn't even come up with a new name for him. Like, he wasn't Michael or some shit. He's still Mavier. Kill you. I like that one of them is named Gregory because that's a funny name. It's such a normal name that it feels wrong for there to be a Fire Emblem character named it. Like, hello, yes, I'm Greg. Famous Fire Emblem character Greg. It's also funny he uses the Warp Staff and then dies, proving Warp Staff can be canon as opposed to an unexplained plot teleportation. I mean, the Warp Staff is also canon in FE6 or FE7, I think. Yeah, because Athos teleports Eliwood's whole army out of the desert. And FE1, Ellis teleports Marth to safety. In the prologue of FE1 and 11. Like, you actually play through the prologue in 11, but it's still canon to 1. These losers. I just thought Marth fled the castle on foot. Maybe it's only the case in the anime, but in the anime, Marth canonically gets warped out by Ellis. In Tellius, they use the warp powder. Yeah, and it's just Black Knight. There's a rewarp staff in Tellius as well. Okay, so we... Tynequen. The rewarp staff is kind of a big Tellius lore moment. Yeah, they constantly use warp powder and the rewarp staff. The warp staff is just unused in files. Flesh Piercer you with John. Cutlass you. I knew Rahesia would be useful in Orin endgame. Overall, not too many casualties, to be honest. Played this pretty well. Rahesia is always cool and epic. Just need to be careful not to put... Oh, right! Because of Hagendire, we don't need to worry about Orin getting attacked, because Hagendire provoke. Just one more reason Hagendire is epic, but also Guard kills this thing anyway. Path of Radiance never talks about dark magic. Yeah, but it's because it's not in Path of Radiance. But Radiant Dawn talks about it because it's in there. Because it's spirit magic. Hagendire S tier? I don't think I can say Hagendire S tier. I think I moved him to the top of B tier last time I updated the tier list. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone who joins as late as he does can be S tier. Orin's through. The rest of you make haste. They've broken through. Orin's delayed death is inconsequential compared to Erende's dismemberment. All of our major rivals have been destroyed. House Heron is no longer in any position to control us. A golden era comes to Yalnzar. I'm grateful to see it arrive in my lifetime. I would like to return to work. Allow me some time to ramble, Cannibal. It's a necessary part of growing old. No thanks. Don't ramble. But we get an epilogue. We did it! It only costed one dead. One dead bird and one dead chat. Chat, we died for this. And then we get the spoilers. What happened to my story? My main character. Why is Orin suddenly important when he was some nobody? Has years of isolation finally taken a toll on my mind? Here's our LTC score. You said Wisp is the threshold for late. Yeah, I think she is. Wisp's at the halfway point, and she's got fucking 15 move and phenomenal stats. I think she's sort of the upper echelon for late. Well, we just did an endgame, right? Let me pull up my list. Let me see where I've got everyone. So let me quickly pull it up on the Googles. The Googles. Hello? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I'm experiencing computer issues. Alright, Cerulean Crescent 2.0 tier maker. Alright, here's where I've currently got people. We've got fucking ads. Hold on. No, I do not want an insurance that fits my lifestyle. There we go. Here's where I've currently got people. Although I think guard probably goes down a little bit. Foxberry's not better than guard. Hellicent is such a fucking weird one, right? Hellicent is such a fucking weird one because she's in like 3 maps, but she's a dancer rally bot. I feel like that's enough for B tier. You have to pay gold for her. Maybe like less than Crynia, like bottom of B tier. ROM hack tactician. Yeah, hold on, let me shrink this down so that I can actually see you while we chat. The top 5 I'm pretty much settled with, and I don't think anyone else is in S tier. Gil after being the worst unit. Yeah, I'm not ranking the custom units. I get why they're on the tier list because those are the 5 bodies, right? Hellicent is like, how do you rate a dancer that joins so late? Yeah, I mean, she runs into the weird problem of like, she's not a Goto, but she does have Goto availability. It's not just that she's a dancer. If she was just a dancer, Ellerie's route doesn't get a true dancer. They just get Ellerie, right? I don't know. You get so much extra turn shenanigans. Maybe Hellicent goes down to like C tier. I still think she's above everyone I have in C tier. But you have so many extra turn stuff. She's basically free deploy. That's why I think she's like either here or here. She's probably the hardest unit to rate. The tides are very good, that's true. Tides and rallies and dances. She's just barely in the game. And the dances are probably the least impressive part of her. Which is funny. I don't think that's a controversial top tier. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the ordering as well. I mentioned this, despite the route split, I consider all of these units to have perfect availability. And Quilin, because she makes up for the chapter she misses by being on both routes. So I do consider this to be a perfect availability squad as well. Why is Betrayer so low? Oh, yeah, get up like there. Brave Ballista's something. How is Gil so bad he's in his own tier? Were you not here for the Gil unit review? He's a joke unit. He's like, he joins you in part 3, so he's already got bad availability. He's got the worst bases and worst growths of anyone in the game. And you have to kill off Chixon to get him. John is weird to tier. Yeah, I don't even want to order the Johns within their own thing. Because I thought about ordering the Johns, but honestly, like, how good each John is going to depend on what other skills you get them, right? They're so customizable, I don't think they're rateable. Because you could make a garbage John, you could make an intentionally bad John, and then like, well, if you made a really bad John, they'd be like here, like above Gil, right? I don't even know what you would do to make a really bad John, like the Centaur probably? But the Centaur gets the benefit from the fact that it's a horse unit and you can like choose its skills. Haganire has a gold star for biggest improvement ever. Yeah, see the thing is that what makes the difference for me for A tier, right? Haganire joins 1, 2, 3 maps after Wisp, and is harder to like truly break things with. Well, not harder, because Provoke is stupid, but you do have to I think you do have to give him, like, he wants stuff, right? Whether that's mana cubes, whether that's the auto crit stuff. I also don't think the auto crit is very good. Like, if it's just the crit stuff, it's worse than Rahesia, because it runs into the same problem of, in Act 3, the crit's basically pointless, but it also has the problem of 70 is not 100. I made Tarvos and give it the 2 movement boost so we can have Canto plus and 12 move. That sounds kind of ridiculous. I love it. She has 4 inventory slots. One day I'll do Sword White Slop. I did Sword White in my second playthrough. It was kind of funny. Like, just being able to die constantly. And always revive itself. Yeah, I don't see anything else that I feel is completely out of order here. Maybe like this? I can see either or in terms of that. But I'm trying to keep my favoritism in check, because Talon's just fun. I don't know, chat, do you have anything that seems glaring or that you would move people around? Nothing looks wrong. Gecko's C tier feels about right. She's just sort of okay if you invest in her. I think she's good if you invest in her. I think Gecko's the best of the trainees. If you invest in her, it's just that Crynia is easier to train up. Because Gale Force is nice. It's funny to see a trainee next to the Gotos. I think she's better than Pomelo, right? Maybe like here? Put 16 higher? I don't think so. 16 runs into like availability thing, and then also, I don't think 16's combat is as good as like the 16 fans say it is. Like, the join time's the biggest issue, but at that point, just being a combat unit is not really enough. She does have a movement skill in, or a bit of movement tech in Stalk Prey, at least. But, like, Talon's been around all game. Orin has probably a better bit of movement tech, even if I don't think his movement tech is great. This is why I think maybe Talon above Joe, because Joe has the same availability problem as John, but is just like immortal, right? She's good at killing things, but you have plenty of units to kill things. Yeah. And I think she's a funny screenshot unit, right? If you get the right skill combo, but if you don't get the right skill combos, she's just sort of like generically good. And so I don't really know, like, are we looking for her ceiling? If she always got the right skill combo, then she'd be like here-ish, right? But without that, I think her combat's just generically good. Like, if she never gets the right skill combo, she's like down here, right? Because that's like where the late joiners that just do combat show up, and also Pomelo. You might get side-eyed for C tier Hellicent. Yeah, I had Hellicent in the bottom of B. I think this and this are both sort of like, I'm debating between it. This will probably get me yelled at less, but this is probably closer to how I feel. If you factor out the gambling skills, she's just a blob of stats with monster weapons. Yeah, the thing is the monster weapons are pretty competitive. Especially during the route split, you want them on the chickens, like Empress. And it's hard to like trade them between, unless you do convoy shenanigans. Which is part of why Tasel's up here, is convoy shenanigans. Because Quilin technically can as well, but she has three item slots like fixed to her songs. I don't know. Empress with swords has some uses. Not really. Not really. Sword Empress feels like... What are we doing? I guess curved sword against axe, like the Cyclopses? I always forget she even has sword rank. I think the sword rank is nice on Dazzle Dart, since it gives her other effective options. Umbral Edge and Curved Sword for Avoid. I think Empress wants to kill things. I don't think she wants to dodge. I think she wants to kill things. Like, most of what Empress is doing is not getting countered anyway because of After Image. I think Empress desperately wants to hang on to the monster weapons so she can use After Image with piercing, After Image with huge crit. I guess Umbral Sword does that as well. She can just After Image if you want to avoid getting hit. Yeah, the only reason I can see curved is if you end up in range of a Cyclops. I don't know. Maybe I'll staple this sort of combo. Yeah, I think I'm going to staple this combo onto the end of the unit review. So if you have any thoughts you want presented in the unit review, now's the time to say them. Because this will be at the end of the unit review compilation on Ice Rider. Whipjack can't beat D tier. Whipjack is my Skrunkly. He has a lot of funny boss combos. But unfortunately, he is just damage in a game where damage is not hard to come by. Orin Got Your Back as underrated tech. I think it's appropriately rated. I think it's useful, but I think you have better movement skills. I think it's at its peak in the book map, and then when you have an opportunity for it, elsewhere is nice. Because you gotta remember, he only gets one extra action. So you need to devote someone else to either rescuing or take dropping. Otherwise, he's not doing combat with his extra action. Francisca also feels like just sort of damage coded, since she's just a PRF on wings. Yes, but she does have wings. Maybe I'll put her under Raylan. I think the early flyers do sort of get A tier on their own for flight, because they do face mounted unit stat penalties, but they both can kind of get around them. She also has smite, she has a movement, she has I think the movement tech's better than Amaterasu. Yeah, I forgot about smite. Well, swap. Is smite or swap better? I like smite better. It's 2 tiles. Wings are nice, and she has smite too. I mean, you can tell I'm a fucking elitist because I have I have Dune, Francisca, and Raylan all as A tier. Collision is also a skill that exists. I made some good use out of it in both my second playthrough and in the Zero Growths. I think Collision is a little bit underrated. Log has reposition. True. A cell over Hellicent. Is that a cell over Hellicent moment? I always forget about Justice reposition, but maybe that's enough to move. I don't want to put Hellicent under a cell. Or maybe I'll do this. I do think reposition is probably good. Dune is so good, even a flyer hater can see why she's good. Yeah. She's hard carried by the log. If Justice had a portrait on the tier list, then a cell would be down here and Justice would be in B tier. But I do think Repo Justice, Disposableness of Justice is probably enough for B tier. You're right. She's relatively early as well. What's it, chapter 7? Yeah, because she joins before the bad ending. I think that's about it. Did we end up with Basil of Baker Street as the worst non-Gil unit? What do we think about Kalugo versus Basil? I think Kalugo's better, because Kalugo's a free deploy on one of the harder maps, 19. She's one of your only light magic users, the problem being the other is Quilin. Yeah, I mean, we dropped her because Quilin and chat were competing for tomes with Acel. And I can definitely see, that was part of why I penalized her, is because early on, you don't actually get that many light tomes. So Quilin is kind of fighting with Acel for a limited number. I think Kalugo is better. I do too. I think the big thing is free deploy on 19. I value more than free deploy on 11. Kalugo also has flight. You can do like telescope stuff or whatever. He's got terrible combat, but like so does Basil of Baker Street. What do we think about this? I really don't like this unit. Auto S rank though. Like if you don't have a good S rank user, it's just free deploy on 19, right? That's sort of what I'm thinking about, is free deploy on 19 versus you need a good S rank user. We barely used S ranks in 0%. So it kind of makes me think you don't need free S rank on a bad stat unit, do you? Or not bad, but mid. Zulabai is a unit you can deploy. I expected to deploy her more, but we didn't. I haven't deployed her at all. And granted, we still have endgame. We have Betrayer endgame, and then we have Ellerie's endgames. And that's it. Basil has access to cool tomes, but that's not really enough. Technically, he has the highest power in the game. Well, except for Sorbet. "14 speed." Yeah, 14 speed for Zubdubai. Yeah. Unless something happens to drastically change my mind, I think this is where the tier list is gonna end up. Morning done. Congratulations, you just barely made it into the Ice Rider. Subscribe! Okay, well that was fun. It is 8:30 p.m. here. Let's do Prison Break. I'm already subscribed to Ice Rider. Oh, that wasn't for you. That's gonna be the end of the video. That's gonna be the end of the unit review compilation. I like to end them with the tier list, and I figured get chat's opinions as well. Holy shit. Oh, right. No, this is intended. Because we need... We need the support, right? I wish I was there to argue for Hag and White. What Hag and White opinion did you disagree with? Done. My Wyvern was always trash. I never did old man gaming. Damn, we have another Teresa hater in the house. Too many of them these days. I'm very trainee pilled. Is that a pro-theme argument? Pro-theme, or is there a different trainee? That I don't remember. Princess, get this kill. Oh, we forgot to do the Princess unit review. So, Princess is actually pretty good. 15 strength. Doesn't seem great for this point in the game, but you'd be surprised at just how many units she can one round with Ellerie support, because she gets a B support from Ellerie, right? She also starts with a Plucker's Gift in her inventory, which is pretty useful. And she has Dazzle, which means anyone she doubles, she can kill without counter, because units can't counterattack her. Overall, I think Princess is actually pretty good. The problem is her availability falls off. She is obviously a late joiner in Act 3, but she's also not allowed to participate in any future maps after this one and the next two. And so, unfortunately, I think if she was around for the end games, she's clearly doing good combat despite these stats. I think she would be an S tier, but she just has really bad availability, unfortunately. But, you know, Still pretty cool. Only in the Plucker Guidance, Sag. But she's in Gecko's class, which proves Gecko is S tier. Smiley face. And then we lose our music. And we need to get to the escape point. I'm playing Dai's Emblem. I met an FAU unit with a skill called Fructuoso is Bad, which is 6 damage after combat. Lol. I love this humor. Oh, right, you can't die. I forgot about the bullshit shadow stuff. Where is the exit again? Dai's Emblem is certainly a game that has a style of humor in it. From my understanding, it's a bunch of inside jokes, right? About, like, FEU forum stuff. Some of them reference hacks, which is cool, but unless I'm thinking of something else, isn't a lot of the humor, like, about people on the forums? Rather than... So, like, you wouldn't really understand it if you're not active on the forums? Or is that not true? Am I spreading misinformation? The biggest crime one can do on the internet. Just keep going down. Oh, it's a fog of war, right? It's like Thracia fog. The main goal was a shitpost in the FEU forum. Users are isekai'd and killed, so that sounds about correct. From what I understand, the creator of Dai's Emblem does really good gameplay stuff, so I am probably gonna play it at some point. I want to play Server 72 first, his other game. Because that seems more my style. The eerie silence. It's creepy. This is like when I had an audio error in the one episode of Merm Emblem. Have y'all been watching Merm Emblem? I feel like... what just happened there? Okay. You know, I separated things out for Let's Plays for, like, I separated things out so that it would be Let's Plays on the side channel so that people who don't want to watch Let's Plays don't have to deal with them. A shiver ran down my spine. Is Mince a game over? Or am I allowed to let Mince die? Server 72 feels like a game designed to be beaten. Dies is like a Kaizo. Oh, maybe I won't play Dies then. I don't like Kaizo design personally. Here come the pluckers. Wisp is here now. So that's cool. The escape is over there. Okay, we will heal you up. Alright. We should be good now. This is, for me, not having played Dies and only seeing it from the outside, but it seems like sadism was the initial goal. Is it sort of like Sacred Light of Promise? The FE8 remix? Which I played a few chapters of. I keep meaning to do more, but I keep not. I have it as a playlist because I want to get back to it someday, but I also kind of don't. Why does the Wisp not have eyes? Wisp and Princess don't have eyes for, story reasons. Spooky, scary story reasons. Chapter 3 of Dies Emblem is a really good way to see if you like the game. It's very well made. Okay, so it's not a Kaizo game then. I have to finish Fates. I have so much to play. Which route of Fates are you playing? Or just all of them? Oh, I missed a closer exit. Fog of War. Kaizo has changed its meaning. It's not just hard games anymore. It's not just shitpost hard games anymore. I think Kaizo still means what it used to mean. Chapter 71, The Picnic. But, like, it's a specific form of difficulty. I've never really thought Kaizo was a shitpost, but it is kind of trolly in the way it does difficulty. Like, I know it's now more popular because of, like, the Pokemon hacks, like Emerald Kaizo and stuff, but those do still have their trolly bullshit. In the form of, like, bright powder Pokemon and BS like that. Oh, Rosetta unit review! Rosetta unit review! So, Rosetta has Miracle and Charm, meaning that she can survive any enemy hit, and she can bolster people around her. Now, this might sound familiar, because we reviewed another unit a while ago, Rosetta, who also had Miracle and Charm and 3 leadership stars. However, you'll notice that this Rosetta has a support with Ellerie and the Princess, therefore making her objectively better than the other Rosetta, because as I said, Princess and Ellerie, very good units. Supporting them makes you good. That's why Ike is S tier. He supports Oscar. So Rosetta's also S tier because she also supports Oscar if you hack her into Path of Radiance. How are their availabilities? I mean, she's available in this chapter, so that's pretty good, right? That sounds correct. S tier. I'm glad we're all in agreement. The funny Spirit Slayer moment. I would recommend Dai's Emblem. But you also recommend Berwick Saga, so how can I trust you, smiley face? I need to try Berwick again sometime. Maybe I'll stream it and have chat backseat me. Okay, well, Levin Sword you. This map is like weirdly kind of hard. Just from a vanilla perspective. Like, I might have just screwed up here. Because I think the Archer and Mage can both attack Rosetta, and I don't know how that goes for us. Oh shit, and the Soldier. That's a little bit scary. Don't forget to trade Ellerie's second Fanion to Wisp before the map ends. Why? Genuine question. Is this the same Wisp? Like, does Wisp get to keep the inventory? The Plucker Guidance have both the boring long prison and the weirdly hard combat guidance. Yeah. You could smuggle the Fanion, but does it matter? I don't think it matters. I think the second Plucker's Gift is probably more important to smuggle, right? Doesn't the princess have a Plucker's Gift, or was that just in Prison Break? That was just in Prison Break. That's unfortunate. The second Fangin can't be good? Wait, why? What's wrong with second Fangin? I don't understand. We're at endgame? Yeah. But, like, why is it bad? I just think it's not worth it. Like, it doesn't matter. I don't know. I don't really know. This map's kind of like... kind of a nothing burger. I should probably be holding down the skip animations button, shouldn't I? Because holy mackerel, there's a lot of them. This isn't worth the lifespan and these puzzle maps suck. Yeah. It's, certainly a map that exists. Oh, the chopper's here. Well, that's not good. Well, hopefully this goes good. I appreciate the vibes, but I do not appreciate playing it. Yeah, it's, like, it kind of just feels like, okay, cool. Can we get on with our life? It very much feels like it should have been skippable. With, like, a, hey, you know, if you've played it before, you can skip it, you know? Maybe a marker comes up that's like, at this point in the game, Ellerie is gonna have a vision. This is story-focused. So if you've played the game before, you may want to skip it. Would you like to play this chapter? Fuck! Wisp dies permanently, right? Wait, how did Wisp die? Didn't she have Spirit? Oh, it must have broken. Yeah, Spirit Slayer only had 3 uses left. Alright, well there's our first turn wheel. Alright, hopefully this is gonna go better. I think the hard one would be to figure out how to access Orin endgame without the plucker guidance. I mean, do you want to replay Orin endgame, though? Like, on multiple playthroughs, is Orin endgame really the selling point? It's a cool map, but I also think it's very much a, like, one-and-done map. I did it for Zero Growths just because I'm doing every chapter, but like in my second playthrough, I just played through to regular endgame, right? I did the Oriana Ellerie conflicts. I'm bored. I'll lead by example. What if lead by example and a Blade Dancer were an Aaron versus Samson choice in a Fire Emblem game? Like, which one would you rather have? As long as the lead by example unit is capable of securing kills, like it's not Nino or something, I think lead by example's better. As long as it's on a character who actually can get kills, even if they need a little bit of babying. You know, I think my tier list sort of answers that question, because I have Ellerie at number 1 and Oriana at number 2. And granted, Ellerie does have more going for her than just lead by example, but lead by example is the big thing. Are you fucking kidding me? Ellerie gets goddamn doubled by these guys? That's not a zero growths moment, by the way. That's just how the map is designed. I actually find that kind of infuriating. Ellerie gets one-rounded by people on the map. What the fuck? I do not remember her being that slow. That's absurd. That explains the war crimes. Like, this map, it is hard, but I don't think it's bad because it's hard. I think at some points it's just kind of bullshit, which is what makes it bad. Like, I think there's this thing. I got this response, I do frequently still get people responding to the fact I didn't like Sacred Echoes, with the idea that my criticisms are just that the game is hard. And I think there's a difference between difficulty and just cranking numbers up and saying deal with it, right? I think if you do not have tools to combat the higher number, then it's not really difficulty so much as it's just BS. Ellerie, stop being awful long enough for us to get out of this BS map. Like, I do love me a difficult Fire Emblem. If there's actually something you can do in regards to the difficulty, right? If you actually have options for approaching the tasks that you're given and the jobs that you're supposed to accomplish. This map literally just doesn't give you tools. You have Weaken on Ellerie, which I guess I just weakened the wrong enemy. Does this guy double Rosetta? Okay, thank God. Oh my fucking God, the ballista. Jump scared me so much. I forgot about Miracle. I was like, the ballista kills me, but then Miracle saved me. Okay, you kill the ballista, yes please. Ooh, my stomach's hurting. Ooh, my stomach's hurting. Yup, that's not a good noise. Could y'all hear that? I feel like it was probably loud enough to get picked up by the mic. I wonder if Rivan took like a day to make stuff. Did the playtesters think this map was okay? I don't know. I don't think this map is okay, but I'm just one person, right? I heard the tummy ache. Okay, we can kill Blaine. That's good. Gotta conserve Fanian uses, of course. This map is so bad it makes you hungry. Where's Mince when you need him? Oh, that wasn't the sound of hunger. Oh no, that was not the sound of hunger. (15 AS, 17 attack). Imagine if you played this map without Wisp. Does Wisp not show up if she died? Like, genuine question, if Wisp dies in the main campaign, is she not on this map? Because I think that would constitute a soft lock for me. I think the map is literally impossible without her. I'm pretty sure she doesn't show up if she's dead. Holy shit, that is certainly a choice. If you turtle the gradients will clear up most of the enemies, it's bad design, but it works. It's bad design even without that. But also, if you turtle, then this happens. Like, if you turtle, then we end up with that scenario. With this right here. None of the dark enemies move. That's true. Okay, what are we smuggling? Fanian, Weaken? None of it matters. Oh, Ellerie's the only one who has to exit. It's not even escape. I see Oriana. I had Oriana be defeated to see if Swordmaster Oriana, but I have not tested Death yet. Civilian, what are you doing? Green Unit AI at its finest. Alright, chat wants me to... Chat wants me to do this. I don't think it's gonna be worth it. But I also don't care. Get me out of this fucking map. The chickens move. The chickens move. If you turtle, you get killed by the chickens. The chickens move. So you can't turtle. Oh, they're... Never mind. They're not aggressive. They just talk. Chapter colon. I wonder if you toss the eye, can you skip this? You do have to give up the eye though, then. Like, that can't be worth it, right? Woohoo! Fucking out of it. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get back to it. Alright. Chat, I got chips. I just realized, all the S ranks are on Ellerie's army, aren't they? No. Okay, good. We have Buige. I think Poolong's in Ellerie's army right now. Yeah, Poolong's there. But we have the one for Tower. Gao Zhao. Unfortunate. We have some stuff. At least. So this is where we recruit Hellicent, right? We should do a Hellicent unit review. We kind of just talked about her, but Hellicent is a tactician. She has 4 leadership stars. She can give rallies to strength, magic, and defense, as well as +2 to all stats. This is a dance that buffs people. She takes 2 actions every turn, and she has tides. Tactician is truly the ROM hack class. Yeah, between Hellicent and Barlow, I mean, Hellicent's big issue is availability. She's around for Oriana endgame and Ellerie endgame, and that's it. Kind of too good to pass up, but very late unit. Yeah. Arguably, I wouldn't call her the Goto because you do get Maurice and Guard, but she sort of fits in that same idea of basically a free deploy around on just endgame. So how do you rate a unit like this? She's also not a combat unit. These stats are, I mean, she can't even use weapons, but you can use her to smuggle items between Ellerie and Oriana's armies, which is good. She starts with a light rune, pay 2k for a light rune. Light rune plus Hellicent. You do have to, so there's an interesting thing, right? You can recruit her as Ellerie and Oriana. If you recruit her as Oriana, she's more expensive for Ellerie. And if you don't recruit her as Oriana, she's less expensive for Ellerie, which is kind of neat. And from a flavor perspective, where she raises her price because she has better references. But that's about it. Good unit doesn't exist for a lot of the time. Does anyone have anything else to say? Hellicent's pretty self-explanatory, despite being a complex unit with all the rallies and tides, and she's a dancer, right? A dancer that gives inspiring song. Like a banger inspiring song. Strength, magic, defense is a good combo. And she gets to take 2 actions every turn, including the rallies. I don't know. Hellicent begs on their knees for Ellerie employment. I don't know. I've never turned down Hellicent as Oriana, so I don't know how it goes. I guess I'll pay for this unit. What else was I using the deployment slot for? Oh, Anna's here, right? Brave Sword, yes, please. Brave Sword, yes, please. Another Brave Lance, yes, please. Ooh, extra bolting. Dancer that costs 5% of gold, no, stop it. Berwick, that idea is bad. Me talking to myself? I think we've done everything this paralog has to offer. Is this breakable? No, it just represents everything sold. Yeah, I think we seize, and if I need to go back, I can. Learned provoke, right. Anyway, time to go into the Devouring Woods. There's a second wind sword? Okay, hold on. If there's a second wind sword, I'll get that. Oh wait, wrong. I didn't realize there was a second wind sword. Alright, let's make this fast. Where's the spot again? This, right? Who keeps dropping swords here? Alright, then we go to Anna. Get Brave Sword, Brave Lance. Go recruit Hellicent. And then none of the talks gave anything, right? Just paranoid. We get provoke. All right, take two. Boss rush time. I think this is a really cool end game. Time for the explosion boxes to be useful. Okay, Empress, Inari. Lilac, what the fuck are you doing here? Maurice. Hellicent. I think this is the squad. Unari kind of mid. Yeah, maybe we ditch Unari for Taisel. Lilac thought he was Hellicent. He's also a utility unit. All right. Let's go. Fuck, I forgot Blaine is like actually kind of tough. Envision Empress. I used to like Unari as a unit because of Will to Live, but their toolkit is pretty below average. Their toolkit's not great. I think they sort of fit into that like, oh, I'll field you because I didn't train enough people on Ori route situation. Alright, Maurice, get the kill. But I am a god! How could you kill a god? Was all my suffering meaningless? Good job, Maurice. My army in Oriana route was so ass. Unari was a lifesaver. I can definitely see that. Like, she's fine. She's got some fine stuff. It's just not good, you know? So activate the elevator. And now here comes all of the bosses we faced in the campaign. So see, we have Murzid and Ozzy. Weld. Killiu and Callian, And then on this side, we've got Dirk, the Foreman, the Elder, Bolgo, DP Corky, the Dread Pirate Corky, and Corkius. Oh, she kept the status, the Envision status. This map really is the everyone is here map. Guichian. All of them are nearly capped on misery. It's actually a really fun challenge to beat all of them. That's pretty cool. I view Inari as Dude's foot buddy. Rapid Injector is good for double time. Nine times 5 is 45. So if we give a tide... Oh, right, the land boats are down there, too. Flame Tongue, you... I'm kind of just figuring this out as I go, you know? And then we Piercing Bite you. Piercing Bite you. Damn, I was really hoping to crit one of those. We can just stab at you, though. With Dune. $32, 18. Okay, freeze 2 shoes. All I'm thinking in my brain is bringing a cell for her secret. That shit was way too funny to skip. Wait, why isn't Provoke going off? Doesn't Vermilion have Provoke? Wait, what's going on? I thought Vermilion had Provoke. Mince has Provoke, right? Fuck. I forgot. I forgot. Well. Oh, that was all turn 1? That was all considered turn 1? Okay. Should be able to do this better now that I actually remember what unit has what skill. Load in. Longest turn 1 ever. Average CC first turn. Okay, so we do this. Advise. You astral here. Freeze 2 shoes. Empress after image with your envisioned piercing bite. Perfect. After image, piercing bite again. Oh my god, she's perfect. No cooking the chicken. You go here with the Slasher. Flame Tongue you. Piercing Bite. Okay, we will Invigorate Vermilion. With Tassel. So you Gold Bow for tower. Splash damage. Da Slasher. You know, I was waiting for the 2.0 patch. I hope Big Bird and his Thief Buddy would join way sooner than Act 3. I mean, Locust never even joins. It's just Bird. But, I don't know. I think them being Act 3 units, I mean, they're active in Acts 1 and 2 as red units. So they kind of can't really join at that point. They have to join in Act 3. I guess it could be late Act 2, like Unaria Clock. Because the last time they're there is when they're bullying Gil. Oh, fuck. I invigorated Vermilion for no reason. I didn't realize he wouldn't be able to counter anyone. Miracle on Joe is so good because she already doesn't die. So now she doesn't die twice. Okay, so we'll Guichin you. I kind of wish Logan was like, hey, you want a Steel Plus unit in late CC when it doesn't matter? Yeah, maybe like... I mean, the story would have to be reworked, right? But I could see it working. So dance for you. Guichin you or Duishan Shusheri. Think we could reach in you. Why is one of the birds engulfed in flames? He ascended to a higher plane. So he's not actually here. It just the idea of him is here. Smiley face. You have a gold lance. Meteor U. Divine U. I like roasted chicken. Okay, well, Feathery Fury U. Wretched Air U. Oh, shoot. The crit builds. Joe needs an item or something for healing. No one else can reach Hellicent right now. So we're good. All right. Yes, okay. Wretched Air, then we will dance for Joe in order to get Joe out of there. This side is gonna be a little bit tricksy. Okay, we can Brave Sword this guy with Maurice. Okay, we'll do this with Tassel. We can kill either of you with Guichin. We'll do this one. Big 24 strength murder button. Okay, we'll Feathery Fury you. Okay, if Empress ley lines here, then goes here after Image, Piercing Bite, we can kill this guy. Then we can kill this guy. Okay, this is the line. Now you Divine. Feathery Fury you. Okay. Whew. Okay. And then Tower can wave next turn. Wave the map. And now Joe can Flame Tongue. Grandpa does the wave. Feathery Fury. Dance for Joe. Flame Tongue again. Get rid of Denny. And get everyone else back on the elevator. Advise, get on the elevator. Insult to injury with Quilin. Supply, give. Heal you. Alright, activate the elevator. Down to the next floor. Okay, so we Chang you. Chang you. Here's a map idea to torture the player. Fog of War survive map with the enemy lunge mages in the fog, but only one ally has a torch and will never be attacked by them. Is there a reason we want to torture the player? Oh, right, the fucking four score and 7 years ago. Peoples. Envision Empress. The player commits a war crime. Torture is a strong word, but yeah. I mean, it's your word. It's your word, not my word. You said this is an idea for torturing the player. So, like, it's your word. Astral Strike Sequoia. Astral Strike the Fisher. I wonder how I can wrap this fancy words. Joyful Joe with the double miracle build. Oh no, I'm getting doubled before counterattack. Whatever will my 80 HP Miracle Chicken do? Probably kill you. Probably kill you. Thanks for the boosties. So tonic you. As just like an AoE freeze. Envision. Auto crit. 19 times 3 is 30. Yeah, that kills. Hmm. We'll do this. The cold collar. That chicken looks like it's on caffeine while standing still. That's what the after image does, yeah. Brave Lance U. Dune Gaming. Feathery Fury. Levin Sword U. Flame Tongue U. Divine U. Dance for You. Oh, you can't use Fortify. Alright, we'll just fucking Physic Joyful Joe then. Alright. That chicken is freaking the fuck out. 0 damage, by the way. I forgot Maurice is affected by Mind Crush. Or not 0 damage, 0 hit. It would have killed him if he wasn't, you know, fully avoidant. 0 hit, by the way. To fill airtime, I've been playing TMGC again, and we talked about Callum last time. Okay, yeah, he sucks. You've seen the light, Berwick Saga! We found the only provoke unit that isn't actually good. And the secret is he's not a provoke unit. Like, that's how he manages to be a provoke unit that's bad, is he's not actually a provoke unit, you know? Sanctuary U. What's going on with Maurice? Why is his sword animation like that? Like what? The beams? He has a special skill that gives his swords +3 range. So he has 4 ranged swords. And that's the animation just represents that. It's very cool. It's what makes him useful despite, like, pretty mediocre stats. think he's kind of an auto-deploy towards the end of the game. Just like, unless you've trained up a lot of people who ended up in Oriana's army. I'll show you what his regular sword animations look like. Oh, whoops, I skipped him. I'll show you on the other guy. Sorry. That wasn't a troll. This is what it looks like when he uses swords at one range. It's fucking baller. I would have said Dirk is the worst of the Viridians. Dirk is also disappointing. Overall, I think the Viridians are mostly pretty bad, even before accounting for their availability, you know? With very few exceptions. Eliza is one of those exceptions. Of course. Elevator going down. And this ought to be the final floor. This is Act 3 bosses. Oh wait, no, this is just late Act 2 bosses. The Azure Streak. Flesh Piercer. Azure Streak down. The cart casts spells. Well, technically, he's using staves. Well, it's potions, but yes. Kind of. Is that Lance-Lass? Is Daffodil? No, Daffodil's from the ice map, right. So you, Jiansu Sarah, you. Daffo done. Daffo deleted. So we'll Feathery Fury you. Dance. Feathery Fury again. The bad ending. Lancelast wasn't spared. Does Lancelast do something if she's spared, or do people just like her because she's named Lancelast? And fully power up Astra. Yeah, he needs a Brave to kill. If Lancelast lives, she's an enemy on endgame A-2 because Quilin makes her fight. Oh, that's interesting. $35, 18 AS. 31, 14 AS. They coming. Oh Lord, they're coming. Flame Tongue you. Zoopsilal talks to the curator and removes his ability to cast magic. Yes! I actually already knew about that, believe it or not. Which is kind of cool. Because she's his god. For this stream, are you Danny Loyal? Why would I be Danny Loyal? Oh, because of the Betrayer? Because he's loyal? Our friend Betrayer? Most loyal stream ever. Kill you. Miracle keeps us safe here. Empress has begun to shake, vibrating with motion. There we go. Shoot off some beams. Astral Strike you. I've been enjoying your ROM hack videos. YouTube's been recommending me a lot of your backlog. That's good. I'm not proud of all of my backlog. Some of my really early stuff is kind of like... It's one of those things where, like, you know, you age into... being able to, like, better... do stuff, right? But, I'm sure it's not as terrible as I remember it being. Heal you. Content creator evolution type deal. Yeah. Something like that. Okay, 35 attack. 35 HP. Okay, so Ori goes here with the Slasha. Taisel goes here. Okay. So we should be good. Fortress, and then we zap her. YouTube discussion style videos tend to age somewhat better than other styles of content. YouTube has recommended me stuff from the past 1 to 2 years or so, so not that old. Yeah, I mean, even then, I feel like some of it is just, it's not up to the quality that I would hold myself to today. Picaretto. 11 hits, 0 damage. Picaretto, you sure picked a fight. I don't know if it's a good fight, but you picked it. Does Slasha. Oh, Umbral. Fuck! I forgot it was Umbral. The crit rate. Alright. Envision Empress. The Envision Empress build is real. Oriana is Origana. Do we have any anti-crit item to give her? Ori got FE4 Paladin crit. Why is the chicken named Empress? 'Cause she's the Empress. Smiley face. He did the spinning sword thing and everything. Yeah. She's Celestial Jade Empress. Okay, so Tassel can do this. So Tassel kill Ulak. I like the music on this map. It's pretty awesome. Ooh, we got a crit too on the last one. We'll grab the fire emblem. Astral Strike you. Levin Sword you. Okay. Then y'all start coming down. For a second, I thought throwing pick was a danger pick, but that's the wrong ROM hack. Yeah, that's, TMGC, right? I love Maurice's silly little dodge swoop animation where he turns into, like, just the cloak. So we used, what, 2 turn wheels so far? I think we're fine. Get his ass, Tazel. Dust slash ya. Flame Tongue you. It slashes. Appropriately named. Killed the food man. Survived via the power of the fire emblem. The moral support crates. Good contribution from the exploding crates. Look, we have kept the crates alive because they don't deserve to die. The crates live. The crates shall live. Goodbye, Lord of Pain. Envision Empress. We could envision the crate too. You should get a bonus reward for keeping the crates alive, like the sages in Path of Radiance. Do you mean the priests? I don't even remember who Hardtack is. As green units, they deserve it. I got 3 ads clicking on the stream, and then my internet went down, and the video refreshed and gave me 2 unskippable ads. Jesus Christ, the state of YouTube. That's actually garbage. I'm so sorry. I have it set to minimal ads. I have it set on minimal ads, and it gave you fucking 5 of them? That's ridiculous. In shitification of all things. It's actually ridiculous. I'm so sorry. All right, we gotta get on the boat now. Bum 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 ba-dum ba ba da ba 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 ba. Ori, bring us down. Bottom floor, baby. Bottom floor, baby. Endgame A2 dress rehearsal. It's funny, this map is like you can use the crates to delete the enemy, but nobody I've ever seen play the game does anything except for I don't think I will. I think I did it on my first playthrough. Unari is back. Unari is back. Two of them were advertising AI. Ugh. Fucking AI. Oh, we've got monsters. We got monsters, but we no longer have a light magic user to deal with them. Endgame 2A might actually give me some trouble. I've gotten PragerU ads on your videos before. Yeah, so for those who don't know, they target queer content with their ads. Like it's transparently not for advertising. It's like it's harassment, right? Basically, a cell has fallen. A cell avoided falling. Smiley face. Do we even have a bow unit? Oh, there's Tassel can get in the ballista. Tassel and Mince. Yeah, this map's tricky. All units get 2 extra move. I forgot about that. So she cycles through bonuses, right? or something. Yeah. So right now, everyone's got boosted attack. Okay, Guichin Yu. I think Tower's basically the only character who wants to use Guichin. So we can shoot through them on this map. Rapid Injector. Maybe Chalice if you have a trained Chalice and Growths. But even then, Chalice is mostly staffing. Okay, Brave Axe you. Dance for Tower. Yeah, I should have clarified. I meant our only unit that wants to use Guichin. I can see, like... Well, doesn't Guichin use your strength, though? It hits on defense. Guichin and Gao Zhao? Yeah. Do we even Invigorate in the convoy? Not Invigorate. I wanted Envision. Brave Sword you. I think it's magic damage that hits on defense. Oh, and it's just because it's got a really high might that it does so much. It's always a thrill seeing this technique in all its majesty. True celestial excellence! Heaven-shattering triangle formation! It has 50 might, so you just click stuff and it blows up. Piercing Bite. That is our first chicken triangle attack, by the way, of the playthrough. Kill you. Gold Sword you. Chicken triangle stonks are huge. Managed to do it on the last map. They're even fielded on. Dustabba. It's sad to think we won't get any more chickens after this. We have Dazzle Dart. Just no triangle attack, you know? Oh shit. Motherfucker. Oh my god. That is unfortunate. Okay, Empress goes here. And after image. Feathery Fury. And set up. How much attack does Tower have with Guichin for the sake of curiosity? I will pull it up in a second. So 15 magic plus 55, that's 60, 70 attack. So, the reason Tower died is I left him in that archer range. We can avoid that. Silver Axe. And then Tower just has to attack from this tile instead. 70 attack just sort of deletes enemies. Yeah, it kind of does. Windsword U. Kanto over to here. Dustabba. Kanto over to here. Piercing Bite. Piercing Bite. Brave Sword U. Advise. We Gold Sword. The Warrior. I have to check again if it's magic damage that hits defense or res. I know Skull Smash and Skin Slice target defense. Guichin might be pure magic. It says that it targets defense. But I assumed it was using his 24 strength, not his 14 or his 15 magic. Either way, you know, 55 might weapon is just kind of stupid, right? crap. We gotta heal you. Question. If I feathery... If I feathery fury the wall, do I gain the attack boost? Answer is yes. Good to know. Brave Sword you. Walls are the new Vermilion meta. You have your defensive status. With the pool, we get this kill. Wretched Breath you. Advise you. After image. Piercing bite. I do like that all of the Quilins have the Quilin palette. I think that's a nice touch. Look at Empress go! Now, I forget, do we have to stand on these platforms or just kill a Quilin? The map is eventually just all Quilin in different costumes. I know, right? You have to stand on them all at the same time or individually? We'll do the wave. The platforms are stairs to the center. Okay, so I'm getting conflicting information. Unari, let's fucking go. Give us nothing. You need a brave axe and a heal just to kill one fucking guy. Woo! Aura's a little scary. Oh, shit! I forgot about that paladin down there in the little corner. Cherish. You fool, I have miracle anyway. Every attack is cherished to Empress. Anyway, goodbye, True Quilin. What are they now? Attack? Attack mode, okay. Okay, attack mode, kill the mage. Hellicent is goated, she tanks that. Yeah, sorry, Hellicent, I forgot. Kill you. .45 attack, 15 AS. Alright, so you are good. Goldblade kills you. Heavy Ballista you. 39 is 34. Wind you. This is the Roseanne intro, but it's just Quilin in different outfits as the camera circles the table. After image. Crit? Nope. Get you. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright, tower. Do the wave. Bad unit. Didn't even crit. Empress has fallen off. Unari crit. Unari better than Empress confirmed? Question mark? So yeah, we didn't open the wall, so those ones are sort of trapped in the back. The actors are leaving their stage audience. Shall we join the fun? Guichin Yu. If Unari was bad, she wouldn't have crit. Therefore, Unari good. You can probably hear me eating my chewy chips. I've been streaming for a while, you know? Gotta have sustenance. Is Tower gonna cap his level? Probably not, but it would be funny. Oh no! 100% crit chance! It is a very cool crit animation though. Like, this goes hard. Very scary 100 crit. Gold sword equipped. Rally. Vermilion, just go here. Okay. I think our growth run Vermilion is just intangible. He can solo the Queelins without needing the stairs. Truly the power of a god. Even on zero growths, Vermilion, I think Vermilion is the unit fielded the longest outside of the Chapter 1 squad, right? Astra good, Mort 11. Astra and move. Like, they're both part of it. It helps that he gets a lot of free stat up events. Yeah, the stat ups have helped, but I don't even think that's like the big deal, right? She fucking lives this. What a goddamn champion. ADHP is also nice. ADHP is certainly part of it. The short bow is a bad weapon. It can't even kill 0% Toon. Everyone point and laugh at the short bow. He doesn't double. 21, 28. Why no double? Wait, why no double? I'm confused. Oh, this is with the pool. This is with the pool. That was with the pool. They have the fast buff. No, because the AS displayed includes the buffs, I believe. Makes sense. I didn't even notice the UI quirk. The pool buffs, yeah. I guess also, like, we should bear in mind, we can be okay with people dying. Like, I reset for tower because that early in the map, I think tower, like a tower death is not really in the cards. But we should remember, we can be okay with people dying. Because this is the last map that any of them exist on. Except for Hellicent. We gotta keep Hellicent alive. And also remember that units dying lose their inventory. People are allowed to die. It's not like they're getting deployed after this. Yeah, the only thing to be concerned about is if someone dies with an item that we want, or like tower dying on turn 1 made sense to reset for, because like, you know, this tower don't topple. Dune has the S-rank lance, and we do want to keep that for guard. Oh, I forgot chickens are technically flying. Goddamn Joyful Joe with the miracle and the fucking death immunity. She's just so unkillable. Joe is truly the tank. It should not be this way. You are from the upper realm. Should you not be free from pain and simple mortal desires? I have no idea what delusions are in that bird brain of yours, but there's no such thing as mortal desire, only desire. That you are no ascended being? Only a mortal trickster. Your ascension nonsense, the funniest thing I've heard. You birds should stick to eating grain and insects. How could your stubby wings let you soar to the heavens? To judge based on mere appearance and prejudice. Not even gods are immune from being short-sighted fools. We who are already soaring will reach the heavens. 0 damage, by the way. Krillin, do you not have stats or something? Why are you doing 0 to Joe? Wait! She has 0 growth stats! She has 0 growth stats! She doesn't have stats! She's got 5 attack! Is that intentional? That's actually so fucking funny if that's intentional. So she's not scary at all then. 5 attack. 5 attacks, nothing. Does she have real... Wait, does she have actual spells? She has a cherish. Okay. That's how she does it. Cherish is mildly scary, but only if you happen to be named Joyful Joe and we're at 1 HP or something. Well, even then, it's not that scary because, even then, it's not really that scary because Joe gets the second life ability. So we Brave you, or we can Meteor, actually. It wouldn't even matter. It would matter if you were in chicken mode, since 1 HP reverting doesn't heal you. Yeah, I did send her in chicken mode, because I didn't realize there were enemies over there. But we can, like, just do this. And boom, Joyful Joe. Up and running. Good job, Empress. All right. Nearly there. There we go. Pseudo deity. You just kept whining on, going on and on about wasting time, defending the Crescent from being invaded. What about now? Am I worthy of your time, Captain Dune? After adjusting my priorities, I will conclude the answer is no. I can't believe that Oriana's nonsense wasn't nonsense. Of course Oriana needs to be nosy now of all times. Where was this determination when she was under Ellerie? I should thank you. Now that you've brought purpose to this diversion, if I can be the one who slays a god, with your pitiful strength, I'd love to see it. Quillen's one to talk about pitiful strength. Alright, tower. Wave. Talking mad shit for someone with 5 magic, yeah. Morale module. Astral Strike. Okay, we'll Gold Sword you. Silver Axe you. And let's start getting stuff into the convoy. Give the fire emblem. Moral Module is such a funny item. You get fire entire use of it and you only barely need it on 0 growths. It would probably be useful on like misery mode. It's a free action. It just never feels needed. I had 4 uses saved up for this map, right? We just need Vermilion to land 1 crit. And then that's the other one dead. Because 6 times 5 is 30, so he just needs a crit, one of them. Or he can just morale module and kill next turn as well. It's the same thing with the mystery drink, which gives haste as a free action. Yeah, I haven't used any haste. I haven't used any of the mystery drink. Should have just given that up at the event that lets you. What? Quilin gets a turn? I guess technically because she died on enemy phase? I don't know if that's intentional or just jank eventing. I think it's because she died on enemy phase. But we can keep putting stuff in the supply. Okay, there we go. They're all coming in. Alright, so we will morale module. Astral. She comes to life. What skill is that? Last Stand. Oh, Tassel, aim carefully! How did it come to be that I, a mere merchant, would fight a deity? What madness! You've impressed me. I would have thought you'd died or left long before now, but you've persevered all this way. For my accomplishments to be acknowledged by the sworn foe. Well, I never made my fortune, I can say I faced a god. You get the 3 seconds of self-satisfaction until I blast you. It's triangle time, surely? Yeah, triangle piercing would probably be ideal. Alright, hold on. What all do we want to give to Ellerie army? Probably Meteor? That form. What is your connection to Kaleu? The original Blessed Ones took my blood into themselves. No magic, no medicine, no ritual could have reversed it. I see. That's all I needed to know. If you'd hoped for an answer to absolve yourself of guilt, you thought wrong. Oriana's husband lived to 30 even with the blessing. If your interference had not ruined Kaylee's life, His madness would not have come earlier by a decade. I will not hear this from the progenitor of this suffering. Maurice, you poor fool. You may say you blame Ellis, but it doesn't change your failure. Alright. Piercing Bite. Oh, Piercing Bite kills on its own. And because of Miracle, Empress just lives. Okay. Tower. Do we have anything else we want to deposit? The Brave Axe, probably? And then just fucking Piercing Bite. I guess Ellerie Army needs the Fire Emblem. Did we deposit it? Yeah, it's on Hellicent. I've found you, interloper. I am Celestial Jade Empress, guardian of the Skyward Gate, ruler of Cerulean Crescent, and no more shall you or your monsters ever contest my rule. You don't own these lands any more than a bird owns its cage. Maybe not the right metaphor I was going for. Enough of your insolence. I am the only deity upon these shores. That's factually incorrect. They're actually... Why am I arguing with a chicken? Does Hellicent steal the things you put in his inventory, or do you get them back? I think you get them back. I hope you get them back. Well, we did it. We killed God. Hooray! God is dead. I think that's it for tonight. We'll finish up Ellerie Endgame next time. Just 2 maps, but we'll finish it next time. We killed God. Game done. Oh, right! And we have the best map, the Betrayer map. Nope, see, Hellicent's right here. She has all her stuff. No theft.